Good morning, Professor. Hey team, good day, good day. Today, hope you guys are doing well. You guys stay safe and healthy, and welcome to Data 800. My name is Dr. Angel Rios, and I'm going to be your host, okay? Let me know if you guys can hear me and see me.
Yes, good morning, Professor.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. So let's give it about 5 more minutes, and then we are going to get started, okay? Hey team, as we get started, a couple things that I would like to go over, okay? So first, I know today's a little bit busy. There's a lot of stuff going on the weather-wise, right? So this is going to be recorded, okay? So I know there may be a couple of team members because of weather conditions um, may not join, things like that. So this is going to be recorded so students, team members can come back and watch the recording and just work on the VCS per se. Okay. Now let's begin. And what I would like to do is the way that I would like to work on the class on the lecture. Okay. So first, I'm going to kindly ask you to please turn your cameras on. Okay. I will kindly please to turn your cameras on. Okay. Um, The way that I'm going to be working this lecture is we're going to go into discussion. That discussion is going to be based on the topics from week one all the way to week number three and week number four, a little bit, okay? We're going to go into, so that discussion is going to be between breakout room, it's going to be um, between lectures, and then also is going to be videos with amplifying information. Okay, and then lastly, we're going to go into a um, in class, right, assignment workshop. Okay, now. Before we start, okay, a couple of admin announcements. Okay, a couple of admin announcements. So your requirement for week one and requirement for week two, they're already being graded. Okay, your requirement for week one and week two, already being graded. Okay, um, something that I'm gonna that I want to talk is about the use of amplifying platforms as artificial intelligence, things like that for the assignments. Okay. So Westcliff University's requires um, to avoid the use of artificial intelligence on the papers. Okay. So it actually provides a limit, which is a 20% maximum cap. Okay. If your paper display above 20% either way on similarity or display above 20% in use of artificial intelligence. Okay. Um, I have to grade it as a high chance or high similarity um, report paper. Okay. Um, Now, if your paper was graded as a high similarity paper, um, I will provide you, well, I will extend you an extension for you to resubmit your paper to be regraded. Okay? Okay? No, no harm, no fault. We're here to learn on that aspect. Okay? So I will give you 7 days. Okay? for you to resubmit your paper if that is your case, okay? If your paper was graded regular, no issues on it, okay? If you have any questions that you want to reach out, you want to talk, you want to discuss, please, no issues on it, okay? But please understand, take a look at your grades. If your paper was graded at high similarity paper, you have that option, okay? That you can resubmit, okay? Now, this is a one-time chance, okay? Moving forward, okay? Um, please, I will kindly ask you, as you work your papers, okay? This is a doctorate level course. I'll kindly ask you to, um, and the use of artificial intelligence, the use of the similarity reports, right? Sometimes increase the numbers, for example, based on the title, things like that. I remove those, okay? So I concentrate on the content on the paper, okay? And some similar reports spike numbers based, let's say, on Grammarly, right? Like for example, English is not my second language. Probably I want to use Grammarly to help me frame the paper. Um, but that's not going to spike to 200%. Okay, that's not going to spike to 100%. Okay, again, you have that option, team. Um, if you want to resubmit your paper for mastery, you have 7 days. Just send me an email, let me know. If you have any questions on what you want to do in that case. Okay. Um, Now let's get started with the class per se. Okay. So when we talk about business intelligence, analytics, and decision support. Okay. What I want to know is what comes to your mind. Okay. Why this is important. Okay. Um, Give me thumbs up if you're working on your doctoral program. Okay. Rohan, thank you. Okay. Bhaskara, Amola. Okay, perfect. Okay. I'm going to tell you, Greta, thank you. Who is in California right now? Who is in the Pacific? Okay. Because right now in the Pacific, the PST is about 6:30 in the morning. Okay. So everybody's Eastern or below. Okay. And I'm going to tell you, if you're in the Pacific, I want to thank you for your sacrifice. But I'm going to tell you something. Okay. I want to tell you something. I want you to come close to this to the camera because I don't want to shout it out, okay? Greta, this is a secret, but I know you're like in outer space, so I want you to keep that secret, okay? But I'm gonna tell you something, Tim. I was in your shoes. Let me say that again, okay? I was in your shoes walking that journey about 6 years ago, okay? Not with Westcliff, with a different university. But there was through that journey. The journey was a lot of great memories, a lot of sour memories, but nothing big. Okay, I can tell you right now, there's only about three success, right, in my life that I always keep close to my heart. And one of them is walking up on that stage to receive my doctorate degree. Okay, one of them, well, that one is almost kind of like very close with when I received the notification of passing the dissertation. Okay, so I'm gonna kindly tell you the journey is a great journey. It's a journey that separates you from everybody else. Okay, so when you put it in perspective, your bachelor's degree prepares you to be an operator, okay, to work in operation. Like my background, for example, is in accounting and finance. As I finished my bachelor's degree, I was ready to, became a CPA, start working, grinding into accounting things, right? When you get your master, um, you start working a little bit from operations, oh, sorry, from tactical to operations. And then once you go through your journey into your doctorate degree, that's where the strategic comes in play. Okay, that's the strategic. Um, People ask me, it's like, so why do you get your doctorate degree? Okay, and it's not academics. It's only about 25% of the deal. The 75% is the ability that I have for me to be able to provide solutions, right? That's what doctors do. Provide solutions based on information to create or recommend new policies and new procedures to achieve efficiency, right? At least that's what we put in perspective in terms of business, okay? Who here is doing their DBA, Doctor of Business Administration? Okay. Um, so I'm going to tell you, team, that's going to give you that edge. Okay, that is going to give you that edge for and the DBAs, doctors in business administration. That is a very very hot commodity. Why? Because of the critical thinking aspect. Okay, as technology continues to evolve, right? We start sprinkling into analytics. Well, we start sprinkling into the doctorate journey a little bit of analytics and business intelligence, right? Um, we start looking into the practical implementation, right, of the strategic use of business intelligence and artificial intelligence to basically enhance, right, the decision-making process in business. Okay. So what I want to do now, okay, is I want to, let me see how many I have. Perfect. We have seven. No, we have six. So we can create three teams of two, okay? What I want to do is something very simple, okay? What I want to do is something very, very simple, okay? I'm going to put you in a breakout rooms for about 3 minutes, okay? I'm going to put you in a breakout rooms for about 3 minutes, okay? And then I want to do the following, okay? So let me divide you into teams, okay? And I want to start this I like to call this an icebreaker, okay? So rule number one, sorry, we had seven, apologize. Rule number one is Bhaskara, Greta, and Roham. Rule number two is Aduya, Isadora. Rule number three is Blanu and Omo Lara, okay? This is what I want you guys to do. Team number one, you guys are going to be service, okay? So business divides into three, right? Service, retail, and wholesale. Just give me a thumbs up. Everybody with me on that? Retail, service, and wholesale. Okay. So what I would like for you guys to work, okay, and this is simple. There is minimal research. What I'm looking is your experience. What I'm looking is based on what you live, right? Team number one, you guys are service, okay? You guys from the business industry, you guys are service. Team number two, you guys are retail, okay? Team number two, you guys are retail. And then team number three, you guys are wholesale. Team number three, you guys are wholesale. Everybody with me? What I want you to do is I would like for you to provide a little bit of amplifying information. How business intelligence, how business intelligence impact your specific assigned business. So in the case of rule number one, team number one, how business intelligence impact the service industry in business. Team number two, how business intelligence impact the retail business industry. Okay, and then team number three is wholesale. Okay. Also, what I want you guys to provide is amplifying information on how the new implementation of artificial intelligence impact your assigned business. Okay, and let me tell you a secret. The use of artificial intelligence is nothing new. Okay, this is not something that came let's say in 2020, okay, or 2022, it's been exploited, right? 2023, 2024, and of course 2025. But the use of artificial intelligence, especially in finance, by um, finance brokers, it's been used since almost the high 1990s. Okay, that is artificial intelligence. It was used, of course, it's not the same as we know it now. But the principle of artificial intelligence, right? It was used on business finance, um, to be able to capture trends into publicly traded companies. Okay. So we know, right, that evolution of artificial intelligence in which basically everybody use right now artificial intelligence somehow to enhance their work area, from helping right in a business to validating that information is accurate in terms of data to make decisions, to even the military, right, to help identify gaps, right, into their planning process. Okay, so again, what I would like for you guys to discuss and come up with a consolidate um, answer, right, is rule number one, your service. Rule number two is you are um, wholesale, I think it said, right? And then retail,
Yeah.
sorry. And then two number three, wholesale. Apologize on that. Okay. Impact of business intelligence and artificial intelligence into the business that you assign. Okay. So the rooms are open. You can join your room and begin collaborating. Okay, at this time we're just waiting for the team that are on the breakout room, and then we're gonna get started. Okay, so we have about 2 more minutes. Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. We got about 30 more seconds, and then we're gonna get started. Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, team. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, we have about 10 more seconds, and then we're gonna get started. Okay. As I was going through the rooms, right, to provide a little bit of additional guidance, I'm gonna tell you, I am very, very, very excited, very happy to get a name, right, aligned with the face, aligned with the voice. That is outstanding. So it's a pleasure, right, to get to meet you guys. Okay. Now, for this time, we're gonna go sequential, okay? We're gonna go with team number one, two, and three. As we continue to progress in activities, right? Then we're gonna change for to start with team number two, three, and then so far so on. Okay. Now, um, the task was for you guys to do a little bit of research, right? And provide amplified information not only to myself but also to the team, right? As an icebreaker on what is the impact, right? What is that impact of the use of artificial intelligence, the use of machine learning, right, into the different branches of business, right? This with service, retail, and wholesale, right? So when as you guys share your thoughts, share your experience, share your findings, let's take this as we are going into an overview of a 60,000 feet, okay, for all three branches of business as you guys share your findings, right? And as we continue our conversation in today's live session, right, we're going to go from 60 to 40 to 20 to 10 feet, okay, into like what I like to call peeling the onion into a little bit more aggressive research on what is the truly impact, but it's not the impact in terms of what it does, is the impact on how efficient that business may become. Just give me a thumbs up. Everybody with me on that aspect? Okay. So with that being said, team, I'm going to tell you, I'm looking forward to hear from you. There is no need for you to get anxious or nervous, stuff like that. This is a great conversation from the team, okay? So with that being said, let's start with team number one, please. Team number one, share your thoughts.
All right. Guess I can talk a little bit about it. So I was just talking with the team earlier, and I actually happen to be working right now in the services industry. So I provide lots of business services, engineering related services to different automotive companies here in Detroit. And I would say the number one use that we have personally seen on a day-to-day basis at work is leveraging business intelligence tools to basically personalize our services to them. And in my opinion, that's where the most strength is in business intelligence tools. You identify all the different pain points and bottlenecks of all your clients, and then you focus on them and personalize your services to them. And yeah, I that's, in my opinion, the best place to actually use business intelligence tools. And then another avenue to use them is also during the projects, different kinds of projects you're working with them in the projects themselves, where you can identify all your KPIs and all the redundancies and all the things that are stopping you from achieving your final proof of concept, basically. And then that's also another avenue where you can use business intelligence tools in services industry.
Kylan, I may have to pay your royalties later on the lectures because you say something that not only caught my attention, but I think what we're gonna be talking a little bit about it. Those are KPIs, right? How KPIs help us to visualize, right? Evolution, progress, or something as simple as efficiency. Okay, you mentioned that you have a background on cyber.
Oh, no, I work in the automotive industry. My background is all mechanical engineering and automotive design.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Oh, so I will be looking at you when we start talking about how artificial intelligence impact the supply chain, logistic, and manufacturing. Um,
Sure.
that is good. That is good. I think the plans align with that aspect. So thank you for that. Okay. Anything else? Team number one. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Let's go with team number two. Team number two. I think you guys got retail, right? When I think about retail, I don't know why I think about Walmart, right? That is kind of like the first thing that comes to mind, right? Just like when we think, at least in my case, when I think about a happy moment, somehow I always think about Coca-Cola, right? And like when you guys got this opportunity, right? Just do that quick exercise in terms of if you drink Coca-Cola, right? Coke. As you drink Coke, if you ever have like something bad happen, right? But at least in my case, every time that I drink Coke, right? And this is something that later on you will see how machine learning, right, is impacting this business, right? Um, but on every time that I drink Coke, I'm having a good time or a good moment, right? Either way, with my kids watching a movie, or with my kids watching, my kid playing soccer, with my wife eating dinner, something like that, right? Um, so the evolution, right, of machine learning is not only collecting information to see efficiency, but how we can target specific marketing, right? So that is amazing on that aspect. Okay, let's go with team number two. Team number two, retail. Please share your thoughts. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. As you said, when speaking of retail, our first thought goes to Walmart as well as some online clothing stores, fast fashion, Amazon, etc. So, the way business intelligence impacts the retail industry, it impacts it in several points. First of all, in decision making, it helps making better decisions by using dashboards to track sales, product store region time. customer behavior and buying patterns, inventory levels, and turnovers. It also impacts inventory optimization. It helps the retailers predict demand, identify slow moving versus fast moving products, and reduce overstock. And this leads eventually to lower costs, less waste, and higher cash flow. BI also impacts customer insight and personalizations through segments customers, um, bargain hunters, loyal customers. It also understands preferences and purchases frequency and identify what makes customers have and leave or stay. It also impacts pricing and promotion, performance. Business intelligence tools help analyze which promotion actually increase profits, price sensitivity of customers, and best time to do a discount or not. The last point is store and staff performance. Retailers can use BI to compare between stores, regions, sales teams, operating hours, and use this information to um, increase accountability and efficiency. I give the floor to Isadora to talk about AI.
Yeah, because basically we talk about with the BI and then AI, and then what AI does is basically take this data that the business intelligence gave and have some predictions on the future to the store. For instance, as you said, like see the type of purchase and the time of the year that's more bought, so then AI can make certain promotions to specific times of the years to a specific product. That way you have no overstock and no lack of stock of the things that you need as well. So basically, to have this more personalized experience for the customers and also helping the store to know to forecast demand so that way they can increase profits as well. We were searching actually one thing that we saw is also that it helps to fraud, like prevent fraud. So that was interesting. So it detects patterns of returns, abuse of returns. So that way the store knows how to do and how to avoid those fraudulent returns or um, to the store. And so yeah, but basically the AI takes the data and then can make predictions on the future with this data. And I think Linda had an example of how AI has, she said in the fashion. She shared an example with the Shane. If you want to share, Linda, of how AI has helping.
Oh yeah, I was saying that we use Google Images. For example, when you find an outfit online or you're scrolling on social media and you see something you like, you can just screenshot the item you like and then use it on any platform to image browse it. That is very impressive of AI.
I'm going to tell you that is outstanding. That is a very, very good example. Back probably about 5, 6 years ago, right? I don't know if it happens to you, but you have like the melody of a song in your mind, and then you're like, oh my God, what is that? What is the song? What is the song, right? And I think with today's technology, right, you can sing
Shazam.
what you know of the song, right, to your phone or something like that, or write a couple of sentence of the song, right, and then it give you those options, right?
Yeah.
So it's amazing, right? I forgot about that picture. That is very, very cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anything else? Team number two. Anything else? Okay, let's go with team number three, wholesale. When I think about wholesale, I don't know, something comes in my mind like Ford Motor Company, Chevrolet, Tesla, things like that. Okay,
Yeah,
so Banu, I'm gonna leave the floor to you and your team.
sure, sure. Thank you, Professor. So the first of all, we'll understand the wholesale industry. As all of us know, like the wholesale industry operates on large volumes, thin margins, and fast-moving inventory. So, as like currently we are discussing about the business intelligence. So, business intelligence, how it impacts wholesale industry. Especially business intelligence plays a critical role by turning raw operational data into actionable insights. So, business intelligence helps wholesale companies to understand their sales, inventory, customers, and suppliers using reports and dashboards. It helps reduce the waste, manage stocks, and improve profits. And after that one, the next step will be like AI takes, like what are the reports will be given by business intelligence tools and dashboards things. AI will use them to take further prediction to future demand, automating inventory decisions and optimizing pricing. So together, like I would like to explain BI and AI. So BI explains what happened and AI helps to decide what to do next. And more things will be explained by related to AI will be explained by my teammate Olivia. And coming to I'll explain more about the business intelligence thing. So, how business intelligence impacts wholesale industry. So, there are like totally there are seven modules. I divided the wholesale industry. So, each and every module that BI helps wholesale industry to understand the sales, like shows which product sells more and which don't, helps to identify seasonal demand, reduce guesswork in planning. So. We know what is selling and when we want to sell that one. So BA helps to understand the sales. And the second thing is that inventory management, right product, right quantity, and right time. So that is called the inventory management. So BI business intelligence helps right inventory management. And the third one is that like better pricing decisions. So we don't price blindly anything like okay to how to price each and every item. BA help us to show profit margins on each product, helps to identify low profit items and assist in setting competitive prices. And the most important thing is that BI help us to maintain the customer relationship. So we treat important customers better. So BI like identify top customers, track customer buying behavior, and helps offer personalization discount. So which is very much important for a wholesale industry, or not only wholesale, any industry. Customer relationship is the major important thing. So business intelligence improves customer relationship. And also the fifth one, and one of the most important thing I can say, like supply chain management. So we know which suppliers we can trust. So track suppliers performance, identify delivery delays, helps to choose them reliable vendors. So these are all the things in supply chain management also will use business intelligence. And also like to make faster decisions. So managers don't wait for monthly reports. So to make faster decisions, business intelligence will help. And also profit and reduce waste. So less unsold stock, better cost control, and high operational efficiency. Less waste, more profit. So waste management also business intelligence will take. It's a traditional method, and advanced AI intelligence will be discussed by my teammate Olivia. Yeah, Olivia, floor is yours.
Okay, so
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
yeah, Banu has said most of everything is it's interwoven with business intelligence and the implementation of AI and how it impacts the wholesale industry. I will just talk about how most of the transformation that AI has done in recent time is by improving efficiency, accuracy, and the competitiveness in the wholesale business industry. So it has helped them to analyze large volumes of data, and this has also helped the wholesale industry to be able to forecast demand. So it helps the wholesalers to maintain an optimal inventory level so they don't have high inventory level or low inventory level. With being able to forecast demand, they are at par with the inventory level they are expected to maintain. And this has also helped to reduce waste. And so we've seen in warehouse operations, such as the likes of Amazon, and where they've been using automation through AI to be able to do some smart picking system and to also introduce robotics into their warehouse operations and their layout optimization. We can see that this has helped them to increase speed. And so because when you order stuff on Amazon, you can get it within 24 hours. And this has also helped them to reduce the labor cost. So instead of having a lot of manpower on site, they've been able to use robotics, and these are the implementation of AI that has also impacted the industry. So overall, it has also strengthened fraud detection. They are able to detect fraud, and when it comes to financial management, by they are able to identify some transactions that are unusual, and this has helped them to minimize risks. So in overall, I would say that the implementation of AI has allowed wholesale business to be able to operate more intelligently and also reduce operational costs and improve their decision-making process, which has also helped them to adapt faster to the market changes. And this has given some of these companies a competitive edge above their competitors or rivalry.
Outstanding, outstanding. A couple things that caught my attention um, was when you mentioned it, prevent. It was prevent or minimize fraud. I can't remember, but like the word fraud, just like it was a flag, right? And I'm gonna tell you, in my evolution as a professional, I have to diversify myself. Okay, I went from accounting into human resources, into finance, and the reason, Kalyan, that I asked you if you have a cyber background is because about a year ago, I finished a master degree in cyber, right? And the reason is not because I like cyber, but is because I think cyber is going to become an integral part of anything, right? So having an understanding allows me to better serve not only my business but my clients, right? Into impact of in my case, when I do like for example forensic accounting, things like that. Okay. Um, I got a question for you guys, okay? Before we go into the two topics for today, right? Do you think that BI is going to replace us or is going to enhance us? Let me know on the chat, okay? Do you think BI is going to replace us or is going to enhance us? And the reason why I'm asking that question is as I was listening to team number three, Omolara, right? You end with a very interesting sentence, right? And is that all these programs have, well, not only you guys, but I think everybody that somehow BI is going to help us to achieve efficiency, to save money, right? I think everybody agrees. Just give me a thumbs up if everybody agrees on that, right? Now, at what cost? At what cost? Okay. Um, and the reason why I ask that, right, is as we implement technology, you hear that is in the news 2,000 employees, 5,000 employees, 10,000 employees have been let go, right? Give me a thumbs up if you hear about those, right? So that's the question, right? In terms of is this type of technology is to replace or enhance, okay? And this is something that as you continue your journey, um, that's one of those questions, right? That probably you're going to be working on as you start, providing your services, right? As a subject matter expert, okay? Now, let's talk a little bit about, but I'm going to tell the team, outstanding job on those sharing thoughts, okay? Now, I want to shift a little bit the conversation. I don't want to see a little bit because I'm going to tell you, you guys did an outstanding job bringing this as a way of introduction. I want to talk about supply chain, logistics, and manufacturing, okay? And one of the things that I want to talk is how artificial intelligence, right, is leveraging artificial intelligence to create resilient supply chains. Okay. Now, can anybody tell me because I haven't looked up on my window. But can anybody tell me what is going on right now? Right now, today, in the United States. What is going on? Anybody? I'm not talking about wars. I'm not talking about situation in Greenland. I'm not talking about anything political. I'm talking about nationwide. What is going on right now in the United States? Rohan, what do you think is happening?
So are you talking about inflation on the cost of goods within the US?
No, no. I'm talking about something more simpler than that.
Yeah, Professor, I think it would be helpful if there's a context, because I'm not certain what exactly it is that you're referring to.
So within the United States, right, within the last 12 hours and for the next 48 hours, there is a polar belt, right, in which the weather, at least here, so I am in Texas. So yesterday was in the low 70s, but right now is on the getting into the 20th, right? So one of the things that I have to do is so my power is coming from a generator. So I have to switch into generator and then set up my Starlink so I can have connectivity because I lost power about 5 minutes right before we start the lecture, right? So when you look at it in perspective, right? So right now there is a belt that is covering the south portion down of the United States, covering states from Denver all the way to getting into Florida, right? Florida, I think is going to start happening tomorrow, right? So within the United States, right, there are three main ways of supply, to do logistics, right? One is by truck, right? Road. The other one is by train, and the other one is by air. Everybody with me on that, right? So think about for a second, okay? I want you to think about for a second how this event that is happening today, and I'm going to tell you, team, this is prime opportunity because we can take something tangible that actually is going on and we can dissect it, right? We can dissect it, we can analyze how this is potentially impacting um, logistics. And when I say logistics, I mean also air travel, right? Think about how many flights were canceled, how many deliveries, right? From logistic deliveries, meaning from Amazon delivering to their warehouses, Walmart delivering to their stores, suppliers from Walmart delivering to their warehouses. How much of that, right, is being impacted, right? So when you look, let's say, about 10 years ago, okay? If you have an old car, okay? Like in my case, I have the car that I love the most. And the reason why, because this was my very first car that I was able to buy, to purchase, right? It is a Kia Spectra 2005. Okay. And I still have that car today. It's something that is my first car, right? Brand new, right? So across this past 20 years that I had the car, that car broke down about 4 times, right? And when the car broke down, right? And I went to a repair shop, or to a car part shops, right? It can be like auto shop or something like that, right? Usually, what they have in spare is what they call their critical 10. Okay, So the critical 10 are the spare parts that are the most usable, like tires, brakes, alternators, things like that, right? But if there was something a little bit more complex, like engine or a specific part, what the repair shop, right, tell you is like, hey, I can fix your car, but it's gonna take, let's say, a week, right? Because that part has to be what? Has to be ordered, right? That was about 10 years ago. Today, I go to a repair shop, right? And it's almost the same situation. They are the critical 10, but the difference is that the part, instead of taking 3 days to arrive, it takes about half a day. Okay? I want you to think about that. Okay? And I want you to ask the question, why do you think is that possible, right? Why do you think is that possible? Okay? So that is possible because of something that is called predictive analysis. Okay? And the pioneer of that movement is Walmart. Okay? Walmart did a lot of outstanding stuff for technology, but also for supply operations. Okay? And as we talk today, right, we're going to be dissecting some of the examples that Walmart provide us, right, to ensure that what we need is on the shelf at that specific time. Okay? So when we talk about the supply chain, artificial intelligence, or how artificial intelligence impacts supply chain, logistic, and part of that is, the manufacturing portion, right? What I want to do is I want to move past that traditional linear supply chain models, okay? What artificial intelligence allows to do is to start stepping up into a domain where the actual supply chain think by itself. Okay, it's able to predict and it's able to adapt, right? So that's where artificial intelligence in supply chain, logistic, and manufacturing comes in place, right? And when you put it in perspective, team, historically speaking, right, supply chains were reactive. Okay, supply chains were reactive. Okay, Greta, why do you think supply chains were reactive? What do you think is that? And then I want to go with Isa. Okay, why supply chain is reactive? I'm not looking for a specific textbook answer, right? I want you to think when you were on a situation. Okay, let's say that you are a baker. Okay, and you like to bake cupcakes, pastry. Make it a parenthesis, team. You're gonna hear me providing like 20,000 examples about bakery, but that's because I love bread, right? So that's kind of like the first thing that comes to my mind, right? But like Greta, going back to you, okay? Let's say that you are a baker, okay? And you bake bread, cupcakes, things like that, okay? And then let's say that Omonubi, let's say that you are a supplier, okay? Let's say that you are a supplier, okay? So and then let's say that Banu is a client of yours, Greta, okay? So let's say that Banu goes to you, it's like, hey, Greta, I have a wedding coming up. Let's say that he plans wedding, events, stuff like that, right? Banu comes to you, it's like, hey, Greta, I need to do a wedding cake and I need to do a 1,000 cupcakes, right? So probably you have flour ingredients for 200 cupcakes, but not to 1,000, right? And then you go to your supplier, right? And then your supplier is going to tell you, oh, I don't have that amount of flour to sell you, right? What options your supplier have? What options your supplier
My
have?
supplier or myself as a baker?
Well, first your suppliers and then you.
I mean, as my supplier, they can find the ingredients for me to match the price that would be fulfilling my order. And as myself, if my supplier is unable to supply, then I have to find a better supplier that will solve my problems for me.
Okay, so let's stop right there, right? So bottom line, if I understand you correctly, your main supplier, the one that you trust, right, is
Mhm.
going to tell you that, hey, get, I don't have it. What I can give you is 200. Sorry, I can give you enough for 250 cupcakes, and I have to order the rest, right?
Mhm.
So when you put in perspective, team, supply chain was like that. It was reactive, right? It was reactive, okay? So something was missing, let's order it, okay? I want you to think, okay, about the mom and pop grocery store, okay? The way the mom and pop grocery store do inventory is by the store close, they go with the cashier machine, they print the receipt, and then they go and do the inventory, right? Probably that inventory is not done every night, but it's done probably every week so they can reorder new stuff, right? Walmart do something that is called perpetual inventory, okay? Perpetual inventory. What that means? It means that Linda, if you go to Walmart and you pick up a gallon of milk, right? And then you go to the cashier, right, to pay for the gallon of milk. The moment that you scan that gallon of milk, that scan is sending many, many, many triggers to different supply chains in order to let them know that a gallon of milk was sold, that you need to replace that gallon of milk, right? So it sent a trigger to the back, so they need to restock. That sent a triggers to the supplier that they need to, check milk on the next delivery, right? They sent a flag to the dairy farm or industry, right? That they need to recheck their amount of milk or raw material, right? That they're selling to Walmart, whoever processed that, right? So that perpetual inventory, right, is what it costs that the supply inventory, the logistics, okay, is using artificial intelligence not only to ask what happened, okay, but also to ask what will happen and how we can optimize it right now. I'm going to make a pause to address any questions. Make sense what I'm saying, team? Everybody with me so far? So that is the beauty, right? That is the before and after, okay? Logistics was reactive. Okay, Banu, your car broke down. It's like, hey, I don't have the part, but let me get it from you. Okay, it's gonna take a couple days, right? In terms of companies, I can't remember the name right now. AutoZone, AutoZone. Give me a thumbs up if you know AutoZone. That is it's not a repair shop, but it's a auto parts store, right? I did a forensic audit on AutoZone for the area of Texas about a year and a half ago, right? And something that amazed me, right, is that AutoZone, right? Those are like small stores, right? When you put it in relativity to the amount of vehicles that they serve. So they serve every vehicle that is being done, right? And what they tell you sometimes is like, hey, I don't have the part, but I can have the part over here. Let's say that is 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like, hey, I don't have the part, but you have two options. I have the part on this AutoZone that you can drive, or I can have it here within 2 hours, right? So what AutoZone did is that they learned from the reaction issue, because if I go to you and you don't have the part, probably I'm not gonna come back to you, right? Because you proved to me to be what? You're worthless. I mean, I just waste time, I waste money to come to you for you to tell me no, right? So what AutoZone discovered is like, let me set up a distribution warehouse on a specific locations, a strategic locations that allows me to increase my top critical 10 into my top critical 200. So right now, AutoZone every store is able to do what? To increase their top critical by 20x%, right? They're not going to have it in the moment, but they can have it to you in about 2 hours, or you can go to this place, right? So that's how efficiency starts working, okay? And put in perspective, team, not only business, but also human, you and I. We want things when? We want it now, right? I need it now, right? If not, I'm not going to order it, right? And another store, where can you tell me which other company is doing an outstanding job fulfilling that? I want it now. I need it now. Who, Isa? Who do you think?
I mean, Costco, when compared to Walmart, Costco just gave it to my client.
I love it. Yes. Who else?
Amazon.
Amazon, right? I'm going to tell you, after the pandemic, okay, logistic did a 180 shift, right? I don't know if you remember, but when you do groceries, you went to the store, right? Everybody with me on that? You went to the store. You went to Walmart, depending where you are. If you're in the Texas area, you went to HEB. If you are in the eastern, like Georgia, Alabama, Florida, you went to Publix. Now you have an app, and then if don't somebody do groceries for you, so somebody can do that logistic and take your groceries to your house or take your groceries to your car. Okay, Amazon is doing an outstanding job understanding how machine learning serves as the engine for forecasting logistic, planning logistic, and work into operational efficiency. Okay, if you live in a metro area, okay, give me a thumbs up if you ever order from Amazon. Give me a thumbs up. Team, let's not be shy. I know Amazon can be addictive sometimes, right? I know, I've been there, right? But at least in my case, so I have the opportunity to live in the outskirts of the city, about like by farmland, basically. And then I'm living right now close to the city center, right? Close to downtown, right? I have that capability that I can order something now and it's going to be in my front door in about 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours. You know that Amazon have that capability, right? Well, not across the 50 states, but have that capability, right? That was because the ability to understand forecasting, plan logistic, and then put that into an operational efficiency. Okay. So Amazon, the way that Amazon work as a logistic giant, right, is multiple warehouses all the way until the last mile. Okay, the last mile is the car, the truck that says Amazon that you and I we see, right? Getting into our house, apartment, or business. Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the what is called the Holy Grail of supply chain management. Okay, the Holy Grail of supply chain management, and the reason why Amazon, Walmart are so successful is because the ability to execute what is called demand forecasting. Okay, demand forecasting. Let me say that again. Demand forecasting. Okay. And when you put it in perspective, right, demand forecasting is put it this way, right? Traditional forecasting rely heavily on what? On trends, historical sales data, right? Let's say, for example, if you sold, let's say, put a number, UPS. Give me a thumbs up if you know UPS, right? So let's say that UPS provided services equivalent to 1,000 units this last December, okay, 2025, right? Then probably UPS is going to plan for 1,050 units on this upcoming December, right? That is the logic, right? But what if FedEx launched a new product in November? Okay? What if something like this event, this weather event, is happening that disrupt the shipping routes? Something as simple. What if TikTok? Give me thumbs up if you have TikTok. What if TikTok trends suddenly make your product go viral, right? So historical changes, I'm going to tell you, team, is not going to cut it anymore, right? But artificial intelligence can, right? So how machine learning does it, okay? How machine learning is able to enhance that company's operation, right? And what machine learning have is algorithms, right? They have algorithms, database systems of big machine, right? Big machine is when you dump a lot of data. Big machine learning, right? When you dump a lot of data, or you ingest a massive database, right? That neither you or I, because of our condition of human, we can process, right? So these machine learning algorithms, right? What they do is they look at historical sales, structured data. Right now they look at social media sentiment. That is the unstructured data. They look even at weather patterns, team. They look at weather patterns. Okay. Something that caught my attention is that in preparation for this weather event, grocery stores like Walmart, in Texas is HEB, also Amazon, change their top 10 products. So at least Amazon starts selling stuff to keep warm, stuff to like camping stove just in case the light goes out, things like that, right? Um, but also something important is that this machine learning provides something that is called economic indicators, right? Like for example, inflation rates, and that's where we start bringing the political and economical aspect into our product. Okay. So that's how interesting, right? This process is. Okay. Um, let's talk a little bit. Let's bring it to the situation. Today's weather. Okay. So what do you think, team? What do you think the airline industry is doing right now on the places where this winter storm is going to hit? Anybody? What do you think these airlines are doing? The airline industry is doing? What
Canceling
do you
flights.
think? Go ahead.
Canceling flights, Professor.
Yes, canceling flights. What else?
Rescheduling to
Rescheduling, right? Okay. And what else? What else? What do you think? Let's take those two, canceling and rescheduling, right? What will you prefer? Put yourself as an airline executive, okay? What would you prefer? Would you prefer canceling or you prefer rescheduling? What do you think? What do you think?
rescheduling.
Say it again?
Rescheduling,
Rescheduling. Why?
so I can retain the revenue that I generated from
Say
those
it
ticket
again.
sales, so
Say it,
that I
but
can
you gotta say it proud. Say it again.
so I can retain the revenue that I generated from those ticket sales.
Outstanding, right? You already have the infrastructure, right? Because the planes are there already, right? You want to keep the revenue, right? Let's say that you're Delta and you cancel my flight, right? You don't want me to go to Southwest. You want me to remain what? Delta, right? So something interesting that happened for the first time because of this weather is that airlines, American, Delta, and United, what they did is they start communicating with their clients and they start telling the Olaya, they start telling the Linda, they start telling the Kylan, the Greta, they start telling the Isa, they start telling the Omonubi and Bound. It's like, hey, I know you're traveling, but guess what? I'm gonna whisper to you, there is a winter storm coming to you. Do you want to be stuck in Denver or you want to go back to Florida where it's warm? Of course, what you're going to say is like, oh, I want to go back to my hometown so I can prepare, right? Probably that is a human psyche, right? I want to go back to where I know, right? So that is a human psyche. That's how this business intelligence, right? Its work is not only looking at what is going on, but also looking at the human aspect also, right? So what these airlines start doing for the first time, team, they start pushing flights. They start pushing flights from their schedule to the left, right? To the left mean earlier, okay? Or they start pushing flights to the right, okay? So imagine that United have 10 flights today, tomorrow, and today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, right? So what Delta did is, okay, I'm going to push 10 to the left, make it earlier, and I'm going to push 10 to the right, make it early. I'm already paying airport fees. I'm already paying for gas. What I'm avoiding is what? Losing customer to go to another airline. That's number one. And number two, potential damage to what? To my equipment, right? So what they discover is that over 60 or 70, I gotta go back to see the number, between 60 to 70% of their travelers went back to their home station or took the flight earlier, and the other remainder decided because of business, things like that, they decided to take their plane after. But what that did, team, is cease or I don't want to say cease, but minimize the issue of rebooking canceled flights. Okay? Because remember, the airports are like a train. Train never stops. If the train stops, there's going to be a lot of what? Piling, right? There's going to be a lot of piling. So how it's very costly, not only for airlines, but also for the airport to declutter all that and realign flights so they can leave. And sometimes that take weeks to get back to normal. So by doing this little shift, right, by being able to use this type of technology, rerouting route, looking at what is called dynamic route optimization, looking at the aspect of the forecast, and they were able to divert efficiency, retain earnings, and make, at the end of the day, these provide a product or service, um, or well, provide a better, more efficient product service to the customer. Okay, so that is outstanding, right? Okay, hey team, let's do something. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. But before we do that, does anybody have any questions? Everybody with me? So as you look into this historical aspect, right? Most of this information is information that probably you're already familiar with this because you live it, you have the experience. It's just we put in names, right, to some of these terminology. Okay, so let's do something, team. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. When we come back, I have a TED Talk video that I would like to share with you regarding supply efficiency, and then we go into our next topic. Okay, so let's take a quick 10-minute break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, team, welcome back. Welcome. So, let me share my screen. What I want to do is I want to share with you is a TED Talk. The TED Talk talks about the how artificial intelligence, right, as part of the new movement, right, that help and assist machine learning, right, can reshape the global supply. Okay, so for this video, I'm going to be sharing through Zoom. What I'm going to kindly ask you is you can turn your cameras off. This is to allow for a better quality of the image, and then we're going to come back um, and discuss. Okay. So what I want you to take into consideration, right, is how artificial intelligence, right, is continue to reshape global supply chain. How artificial intelligence continues to reshape how artificial intelligence continue to reshape supply chains. Okay, one of the things is Internet of Things, right? Which we learned on week number 2. Okay, like for example, the Internet of Things. These are, for example, sensors that measure vibration, temperature. Let's say acoustic signatures. So when machine learning, right, learns the signature of a healthy machine, um, it can notice that when bearings start wearing off, right? When the vibration patterns start being a little bit off, right? So that is when start predicting when probably that machine needs to be what? Serviced, okay? Machine needs to be serviced means that probably supply is gonna decrease a little bit, okay? So I'm gonna share the video. The video that again that we're gonna watch is how artificial intelligence can reshape the supply chain. This is a TED Talk, and then we're gonna go into discussion. Okay, so for this video, you can turn your cameras off to allow for a better quality of the video, and then we're gonna go on discussion. Okay.
I will start with a simple question to you. Who among you, when you were a child, wanted to be an astronaut? 1, 2, 3, some? Okay. Who wanted to be a medical doctor? Myself included. Wow. Huge majority. Who wanted to be an artist? Create his own band? Okay. Some wanted to be doctor, artist, both. Okay. And now, who wanted to be a supply chain manager? One. Okay, good. Usually it's no one. Why? Because this job, as many other, are not in the front row, clearly. And my job today is to make this job exciting and to show you what supply chain is about. I will first begin with this picture over there, because supply chain is completely hidden. You are aware of supply chain and you see supply chain when this is going wrong, something is going wrong, when this is disrupted. This example over there is when a cargo ship, 20,000 containers, so quite big ship, was completely blocked in the Suez Canal in March 2021. This container ship was blocked for 6 days only, let's say. 6 days leading to 400 ships to be blocked on the other end of the Canal de Suez, and about $12 million in costs per day because of these ships that were blocked. What is the result of that? Money, for sure, but for us, customers, we don't have our product anymore. So when you are going to IKEA and that you don't have what you're looking for, this is not good weekend, but that's it. That's okay. When you're a doctor, when you are someone that needs to have drugs, that need to have very important stuff for the life being, to preserve the life of someone, this is another story. Supply chain, for instance, is crucial in conflicts in more places. So why I'm here today is to try to show you something, to show that supply chain and transport is clearly the hidden engine behind our global economy. An engine that is living a quite silent but very strong revolution on many ways. And I will start with one that is directly targeting us. I will speak about myself. Maybe some of you will think the same. Should I have something on the screen? We will do without. Have you ever been to a shop where you want to buy a t-shirt or, I don't know, sneakers? Myself, now, I don't know if because I'm getting older or something, but I want to know the price of the product, but I want to know also where does it come from. The traceability, the CO2 emissions or other information that will drive my choice. Okay? And this is more and more the case. This is one part of the revolution. There are many others regarding supply chain. There are economical things to take into account, environmental impact for sure. Supply chain and transportation represent a huge part, about 20% of the global emissions, CO2 emissions on a worldwide basis. So clearly this is one part that needs to change. We have also geopolitics. We have seen that with COVID. With the fact of having drugs and other products that were being far abroad, that were being made far abroad of our country. And today I will focus on one part of all these small changes that make a big revolution for the supply chain. The fact that supply chain is one of the most tech-incentive industry in the world. And I will try to show you that. And I will try to show you how all the changes in technology that we are seeing right now will impact this industry and will impact the global economy. Let's take a journey in which I need to buy a new laptop for my work. This laptop over there, 90% in the case has been built in Asia, let's say close to Shanghai. So we have the facility here that is building the laptop. This facility will then put the product in the truck will go in an airplane will have the customs, the taxes, all these parts that need to be connected together. So to put it in a simple way, for the laptop to go from Shanghai to Palaiseau, to Polytechnic over there, we need to have dozens of subcontractors, dozens of entities that are connected one each other, exchanges information, and the dream will be to have all this information in a digital way. This is not the case, for sure. You have documents, you have fax, you have emails, you have calls, phone calls, many things that are still very important for the global chain and for the goods to arrive at the right destination with all the good, the important documents. So what I'm trying to show you is that this industry that is completely hidden, if something is not going wrong, we don't hear about supply chain. We just receive a text saying, okay, you will receive your laptop in tomorrow or the next day. But all this complexity over there is managed by something that we'll call a control tower that need to be connected with all the parts that are over there. And this is where it started to be quite interesting from an intellectual point of view, from a technological point of view, and from people who like math. I think some of you here. You have a case where you need to take complex decisions. You have an optimization problem with a lot of constraints, with real-time data, multi-languages, because from Shanghai to Paris, you can go through different countries, different currencies, different documents, many things. And for sure, the different documents. That's for the one of you that start to work on AI or these new technologies. Here we have something where we can implement a lot of these new technologies. Okay? Let's start with the LLMs, the new ChatGPT, famous one that we are hearing everywhere. You have maybe seen yesterday a new announcement from OpenAI, the fact that we can take video, sounds, document, PDF document, written document, and everything depending on the language, you can have the final data. You can put this information in the algorithm and then it will tell you, okay, these shipments need to go from this point to this point at this price with this estimated time arrival, the ETA. You put on that forecasting, quite important also to try to see and to try to anticipate when the goods will come. And you add more and more new technology. I put also autonomous transportation. This is something that is undergoing, let's say, even if people want to go further on that. Today we don't have still drones that are going everywhere and delivering stuff, but maybe in some years. You clearly see here that you have the field to, if you are connected, yes, to the right APIs, the right softwares, the right platforms, you have a field of opportunity that is huge. I will have a look and try to say, to take this example over there of this control tower. I will be the supply chain manager, and I will ask my control tower, my AI control tower, to deliver my laptop or a pallet of laptops with these constraints: 7 days delivery with the lowest possible CO2 emissions costs, and with a control cost in terms of dollars. I put that to the AI, and then this is where it's starting. The AI and the control tower can do many things. First, what he will do, he will ask the facility if the shipment is ready or not. If the pallet is ready, when exactly will need to be shipped. Then he will request a platform, a marketplace, transport marketplace. Okay, I need to have a ship. I need to have a plane. I need to have a truck. And he will organize everything. So here he will organize, for instance, the pre-carriage capacity. He will book a truck to go to the facility and then go to the airport. What he will do is he will request airlines companies, Lufthansa, Air France, others, and he will ask, okay, what are your offers in terms of shipments capacities and cargo? And he will select the new A350neo that is producing much less CO2 emissions because of the new engine at a cost that is constrained, let's say. And then because the AI is connected to all these providers, he will be able to say, okay, I know that the shipments will arrive in Charles de Gaulle in exactly 42 hours. So I'm able, right now, to book a truck at the destination to go from Charles de Gaulle to Vissou, just close to here, where the warehouse is. And because I know that I will have the truck at this specific time, I will be able also to book a slot at the warehouse. And something that we didn't see here, that they don't talk about, is what is a B100 truck? Is a truck that is not in diesel, but in biodiesel, let's say, where it produces also a lot less of CO2 emissions. And at the end, if really we are in a magic world where everything is connected and where autonomous drones are existing, the AI will be able to book also the slots directly for the last mile delivery, and I will be the happy customer to receive my shipments, my laptop directly to my house, for instance. So this, for sure, is science fiction for now. But, I mean, we are not very far from it. If you imagine a world where everything is interconnected, where API, where software, SaaS platforms are working together, which is the case today, if you imagine a common shared language that we start to have between airlines, between different kind of providers and freight forwarders, you start to have the ability to put the bricks together and to have a supply chain that is smart, that is working together fluently. So this is what I wanted to show you today. To show you that something that is completely hidden today, that is the core of the economy, the global economy, is completely changing. And all the changes that we see from ecological, from geopolitics, can be driven also with the main change that I see from my point of view, the technological part, where all the AI part, the forecasting, all the tools that we are developing can be put in the common goods and for the good of the society in reducing the CO2 emissions while optimizing this whole supply chain that we are using on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Okay, team, welcome back. Welcome. Okay, so question that I want you guys to answer, okay? And I want to give you about 2 minutes, okay? So a question that I want you to answer, okay? Where do you think we are heading? Where do you think we are heading? Okay, where do you think we are heading? How do you see supply chain in 2 years, 5 years? Okay, let's take about 2 minutes, think about that, and I would like to hear from the team, okay? Again, if you have your camera off, we can turn it on for discussion, okay? And again, the question to wrap up this discussion, right? The first portion of the discussion, right? Where do you think we are heading now? Where do you think we are heading now? Okay? Where do you think we are heading now? Okay? Let's get about 2 minutes and then we're going to go into discussion. Okay? Where are we headed? Where do you think we are heading now in terms of the continuous evolution of the supply chain? Okay? Then while we get ready, I'm going to tell you a couple of ideas. Do you think that we're moving towards the autonomous supply chain? We've seen, right, that there's testing going on with trucks, right? Autonomous driving, things like that. Are we already operating in what is called the augmented phase? The phase that artificial intelligence suggests a route and a human approve it. That's the example of like Google Maps, right? When we use Google Maps to go from point A to point B, because artificial intelligence, right, is able to forecast what demands on specific routes, right? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? So who want to start? Let's say, Linda, let's start with you. What are your thoughts?
Is it me?
Well, we're gonna go, but if you're ready, we can go with you, and then we can go with Linda.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Awanubi, what are your thoughts?
Well, I believe supply chain will become more automated and data driven, with companies using real-time information to operate more efficiently. For example, businesses can use dashboards to monitor supplier performance and address issues before they affect their customers.
Okay, outstanding. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Who's next? I want to hear from the team. I want to hear from the team. Greta, what are your thoughts?
I like felt that you're gonna call me. So I actually work in supply chain. Me and Isadora, we both work in supply chain. We the providers of the electronic components and industrial parts for like automotive, medical fields, and so on. So what are we seeing? Like a lot of the companies are moving into like platforms where it's uploaded automatically what they need, and then like we obviously like look for the material for them. However, there's always some things that can happen that are out of control. Like right now, there's an Xperia war going on between China and then Denmark government. So like all that got postponed. So everything what they were planning on having, they cannot have it anymore. So you have to like reinvent supply chain again, basically like with rebuilding relationships with your suppliers and so on, rather than just being automated all the time. So I think even though we are in that phase already, there's just still so many things that can happen that we still need to have the human interaction rather than just everything automated.
That is very good, and something that artificial intelligence is not able to provide, that we provide, is that creativity, right? The creativity aspect, which I think that's what you're referring to. Outstanding. Thank you so much. Rohan, what are your thoughts? And then we go to Banu.
Sure, Professor. So, what I'm thinking, we are heading towards smarter, faster, and greener supply chains. That's what I'm thinking because if you go for digital and smart assistants, currently we are using AI with IoT and data tracking goods and all, and also automated robots, drones, and AI handling repetitive tasks and customer focus like faster delivery, real time tracking, and personalized services. So that means I'm thinking we are going through a smart, faster, and greener supply chains.
Outstanding. Very, very good. Rohan, what are your thoughts? And then we go with Thailand, okay?
So I think similar to what Banu mentioned, I think delivery times or lead times are going to get shorter. So this is something that Amazon already does well, and I think there will be more warehouses depending on where demand is.
Outstanding. Very good. Very good. Thailand, let's go with you, and then we go with Isadora and then Nitya. Okay, go ahead.
To be honest, I'm less worried about automated or autonomous supply chains. I don't think there's a future in that. The company I work for actually has and makes a variety of supply chain tools, and they've looked into potential machine learning applications, not necessarily artificial intelligence per se. So through machine learning, I will say there's semi-autonomous supply chain tools that can be possible in the future. But that being said, the real use of artificial intelligence is to have digital twins. So you can have virtual replicas or digital mock-ups of supply chain systems where you can, simulate different scenarios and predict disruptions and as a way to optimize operations, basically. And I think that's the one key area that no one talks about, where you can actually use AI. And in my personal opinion, based on the industry I work in, I feel like that is one real way you can actually use AI versus trying to, make everything autonomous.
Outstanding. Very, very, very good. Very, very good. Let's continue. Linda, you wanna share?
Yes, I wanted to add, everybody, what everyone said, that there will be more demand on data transparency, and I believe investors as well as consumers and regulators will demand more proofs, and they will also will AI will develop more toward better tools for blockchain and traceability for sensitive chains such as luxury, pharmacy, and food.
Outstanding. Very, very, very good. Very, very good. Nitya, and then we'll go with Isadora.
Yeah, I think personally we are heading towards we are still heading towards like a human-led, but there will be definitely disruptions with machine execution, like the new AI helping execute supply chains where like humans set the boundaries, the goals, the policies, while like machine does the heavy lifting and also maybe handles optimization, speed, and everything like that.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Very good. Isa, let's go with you, please.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit what Greta said. We do work with supply. What I see is like from manufacturer that I see is like they don't want to deal with the supply itself. A bunch of clients they're looking for vendor management inventory, where I think a little bit of what you said about Walmart, they kind of have the parts they need. Then whenever it hits a certain stock, they want to go ahead and ship it out to them, so they don't need to wait until you actually need the part in urgency. So I guess that's how is AI impacting. So just kind of keep tracking of the inventory now and optimizing, streamlining the manufacturing process as well.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. Great, great collaboration. Laura, let's close it with you. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so my thought will be that there will be more focus on sustainability. You see, environmental concerns are reshaping supply chain, so maybe the changes will be use of more eco-friendly packaging, green transportation methods, and with that, the impact we'll say will be a better brand image, and there will be more compliance with regulations when it comes to supply chain.
Outstanding. Very, very good. I'm gonna tell you, team, outstanding. Okay, so let me wrap what you guys very, very well said. Okay, so something to remember. Okay, something to remember. And Kyle, and I think I'm gonna drive a little bit to your point, right? Technology is not a strategy. Okay, let me say that again. Technology is not a strategy. Okay, so technology is an enabler, right? It's enable us to do something, to enhance something, right? So our strategy, right? Your strategy as the subject matter expert needs to be to know how you can exploit these tools to build resilience. Okay, to build resilience on the supply chain structure. Okay, because I'm going to tell you, the last few years, not only with the political aspect, but also with the natural disasters, a lot of unexpected things is happening. Okay, from issues with the Panama Canal all the way to the increase, decrease, and unpredictability on tariff, all the way to the continuous of the shaping, right, and reshaping of natural, right, events. Okay, so these type of tools help us to how can we be resilient? How can we continue to be efficient and continue to provide this product, right, per se. Okay, now anybody have any questions before we continue to move forward? Okay, pretty self-explanatory, team. I'm going to tell you, I think some of this is something that you already felt comfortable because you were there, you experienced that, right, every day, as you are also a customer, right? Now, shifting the topic a little bit, what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about a great and fascinating intersection of advanced analytics and use of technology, right, in the heavy industry. Okay. Throughout the next, I will say 45 minutes plus or minus, I'm gonna be talking on how a specific type of machine learning specifically the Bayesian approach, right, can be used to solve very tangible and also costly problems, okay? And the problem that I want to bring to the attention is the order fulfillment of oil and gas sector, okay? Now, question that I have for the team, and I want you to please reply on the chat, okay? Reply on the chat, okay? Do you think that oil and gas continue to be the number one source of energy? Yes or no, and why? Okay, do you think, well, let me rephrase a little bit. Do you think that oil and gas is going to continue to be the number one source of energy? Yay or nay, and why? Okay, do you think that, well, let's put a target on the wall. Let's say for the next 25 years, oil and gas is going to continue to be the number one resource of energy. Okay, now let me know on the chat. Okay, let me know on the chat. Okay, and the reason why I want to use the oil and gas industry into the Bayesian approach is because the Bayesian approach is, well, not the Bayesian approach, but the oil and gas industry is very, very, very complex. Okay, it's very, very complex. It's not like, for example, on the early 1900s, it was just dig a hole, you got oil, right? And all the way up to the late 1990s, 2005, there was this belief that oil is going to run out because of the way that we used to work it, right? But oil and gas industry in today's business, today's market, right? It operates on a scale that is very, very difficult to comprehend. Okay, so in oil and gas, the supply chain is a global network of extraction site, pipelines, super tankers, refineries, and distribution centers, right? So when you combine all these into a diagram structure, right? It's a high stake environment where a single delay can really cascade into millions of dollars in losses. Okay, the biggest example, the perfect example team that I can come up with is, give me thumbs up if you are aware what happened in Venezuela. Give me a thumbs up if you know what happened in Venezuela, if you're aware what happened in Venezuela. Okay, in Venezuela, what happened is the president of of Venezuela, right, was removed. There was a blockage of the number one resource for Venezuela, which is oil and gas, right? So when you put it in perspective, Venezuela have customers in the oil and gas industry. Is China, even Russia, countries in Europe, things like that, right? So that delay, okay, caused the countries in Europe to amaze almost $1 trillion in losses. Okay, not to mention what is also going on as a geopolitical aspect, right? What is going on Iran, right? Right now, in regards to the instability, right? It's all because of delays, issues that happens in terms of the scheduling, the sale, the efficiency of that process. Okay. So before I move a little bit further, I want to do a quick, as you guys continue to participate on the chat, I want to do a quick stop and open a parenthesis into the Bayesian approach. Okay, why the Bayesian approach is so important into machine learning and data analytics per se. Okay, the reason being is because the Bayesian approach is a statistical method that updates belief about a specific hypothesis as new evidence becomes available. Okay, when you put it in perspective, using Bayes' theorem to combine a prior belief with new data to basically form a post-furious belief, that it opens potential new strategies on how to approach a specific issue or a specific problem. Okay. And the perfect example, going back, right, closing that parenthesis and going back into the oil and gas industry is, as I mentioned to you, oil and gas was extracted how? It was extracted through, let's dig a hole until we find oil, right? Everybody with me on that aspect, right? Now, with the new technology, oil can be extracted in a method that is called fracking. Give me a thumbs up if you heard about that before. Fracking, right? So we're not going to talk into the details of fracking, but the important part about fracking is that due to new data, new evidence, right, on methods, ways to extract oil, right, that data came into the initial hypothesis that oil is going to run by a specific time. With that new data, that hypothesis changed it into oil and gas is going to last. Why? Because there are new methods in which we can continue to produce, we can continue to extract, we can continue to refine, right? And that's the aspect of the Bayesian method, right? It interprets, right, that probability that as a degree of belief is allowing for a specific quantity of uncertainty, but with new data that is validate, it provides the ability for people like you and me to make predictions and decisions under specific uncertainties just based on new data. Okay, that's when we go back to the oil and gas example, right? Again, oil and gas, only one method, extraction, dig a hole, get the oil, move on to the next well, right? Now, you can explode, really explode through that new method, the fracking method, in which you don't need, well, not only you need to dig a hole, but also you can do, or you can use other type of technological things to continue to do what? To provide that service, to provide that material. Okay, so that is the so what of that aspect, team. Okay, again, that's where you use the Bayesian approach to help you, right, into your data analytics, machine learning, to be able to reconfigure that specific product, that specific service into or from an idea into a specific reality. Okay, now what I want to do now is I have our last video that I want to share that talks a little bit about the Bayesian approach, and then we're gonna go into our in-class activity for today. Okay, so let me share my screen. Stand by.
Hey, Professor, I just want to double check. We only have 20 minutes left for the class,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, stand by. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch a short video on the Bayesian approach. Okay, stand by.
In the last couple of years and is rapidly reshaping the way we play, work, and live. Maybe you've wondered how these systems create images from text, mimic a person's voice, or win every round of your favorite game. Part of the answer is machine learning, or ML. ML is an important branch of AI where data and algorithms are used to teach computer systems to learn. But how exactly do you teach a computer? Like many things in life, there are multiple ways to go about it. And when it comes to teaching computers, it relies on probability and statistics. One popular example is called the Bayesian approach, which is based on Bayes' theorem. Simply put, this theorem allows us to update our beliefs about the probability of an event happening after considering new evidence. More formally, it's a mathematical result that calculates the probability of an event based on prior knowledge or beliefs. This makes it a powerful tool in statistics and an even more impactful tool in machine learning. Let's dig into Bayes' theorem a little deeper. Imagine you set out to bake a cake by following a recipe. If you stick to the instructions closely, how well the cake turns out is dependent on the accuracy of the recipe and the quality of the ingredients. This is analogous to traditional ML approaches, whose recipes are algorithms and whose ingredients are data. But now suppose you're a skilled chef who's inclined to taste the batter at every step, adjusting the flavors on the fly to achieve the perfect taste. This is like a Bayesian ML model, which is adaptive and allows the model to learn from both prior beliefs, the original recipe, and new evidence, the chef's taste preferences, and even subtle differences in batches of ingredients or differences in baking temperature. The result is a more accurate prediction, like the perfect cake. Another unique aspect of the Bayesian approach is that it implicitly allows us to quantify the uncertainty associated with its prediction. That's analogous to the chef being able to quantify how likely the cake is to turn out well with every new ingredient added. Now, the Bayesian approach to ML isn't necessarily better than non-Bayesian ML approaches. However, in specific instances like medical diagnostics or when dealing with limited data, it proves very useful. For example, it's valuable when your model can merge prior knowledge like disease prevalence with new patient data to estimate the likelihood of a disease, all while also reporting confidence levels in those predictions. This is just a glimpse into the remarkable world of machine learning through the Bayesian lens. And it's just the tip of the AI iceberg, or maybe just a slice of the AI cake.
Okay, team, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so on the chat, you have 3 questions, okay? 3 thought-provoking questions, okay? If you're on team number 1, please copy and paste in your document question number 1. If you're on team 2, do it for question number 2. If you're on team number 3, just do it for question number 3, okay? So what I would like to do is I would like for us to spend the next 7 minutes, okay? Collaborating in teams and specific teams and coming up with an answer for that thought-provoking questions. Okay, again, the questions are on the chat. Okay, the question are on the chat. Team number 1, you have the first question. Team number 2, and then team number 3. Okay. Everybody have the questions, right? Okay, I'm gonna open the breakout rooms again. The breakout rooms are open. Go ahead.
Do we keep the same teams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Greta, what team you were at the beginning? Okay. Omonubi, what team you were at the beginning?
I wasn't in a team.
Okay. And then here we go. Okay.
Everyone left.
Oh, I think we were supposed to exit and we missed.
Olivia, I think no one is here. They left.
No one is there.
Yeah, I think the class just ended.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. Bye.
Bye bye, team.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye bye.
So we don't have a class today?
Class just ended. Are you just joining?
Yeah.
Oh, the class started 9 a.m. EST.
Oh.
Yes.
So अच्छा हो आ गया.
Oh, I live in California.
Oh, it's EST. Sorry about that. You can reach out to the lecturer.
Okay. Shit.
Oh, you are here. Okay. Are we
The
leaving now?
I don't even know.
I think, yeah, we three. I think there is one more person. Gopi, who is
नहीं 6
Gopi?
आ गया.
I mean, usually the class is 9 o'clock, right? According.
Yes,
No,
9
EST.
a.m. is EST, Eastern time.
So
So if you're living in
यहाँ मत.
California, that would
EST
be,
Lakuja.
yeah, that would
Well, EST
be,
का.
I think 6 a.m. your time. You would have joined by 6 a.m. your time.
You are in PST?
PST, bro. So,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
she's in PST. So you would have joined 6 a.m. your time. And
Oh.
we're just coming from our breakout room. We found everyone no longer here. I want to assume the class ended already. I think we can leave.
Yeah, maybe it's ended.
Mm.
Okay then.
Bye, Olivia.
All
Okay,
right, bye,
bye-bye.
Daniel.
Bye bye.
Okay, team, welcome back. Welcome. Okay. So let's do let's go with team number one. What are your findings?
We were talking about the healthcare and medicine. So basically how doctors may already have like a strong knowledge about the disease. And then the example would be that diagnosing a rare disease. So prior experience is that the disease was very uncommon in the general population. The advantage would be that the model avoids overdiagnosing based on noisy or ambiguous symptoms. So then the Bayesian models can blend clinical trial data with expert medical beliefs, which is huge, especially when the data is limited or sometimes it's actually extremely expensive to collect because of how rare the disease may be in the general population.
Outstanding. Very, very good. Okay, let's go with number 2.
Um,
Yeah, Linda, that's you guys.
yeah, our question was about how does Bayesian machine learning differ from traditional frequencies methods in terms of handling uncertainty. So we proceeded by first listing how Bayesian machine learning differs from frequencies methods in handling uncertainty, and this will be covered by o- Oyin Damola.
Okay.
So the main
Okay.
difference between the Bayesian machine learning and the traditional one is really how they deal with uncertainty. In the frequencies method, the model assumes that the parameters are fixed but unknown. So the uncertainty mainly comes from like the data that we collect. So usually we end up with one best estimate, like a single number, maybe like a how do I put it? 1 second.
You're right on point. You're right on point.
Yeah, there was an example that I thought of, and then and then the Bayesian machine learning, the uncertainty is handled more directly. Like the model treats the parameters as random. So instead of just one estimate, like the frequency, we get like a range of possible values with probabilities attached to them. For example, if we're trying to predict whether a customer would default on a loan, like the frequencies model might say the probability is about 30%. That's just one number. But a Bayesian model would say something like the probability is around 30%, but it could reasonably be higher or lower. So in simple terms, the frequencies model would give you one main answer and some extra information about uncertainty, while the other one will give you like a whole full picture of uncertainty. And then it will keep updating you as more data comes in. And then we'll talk about the advantages.
Yeah, so just quickly to go over it. The advantages, I mean, is a little bit of what she said, is more flexible. So instead of just giving yes or no, you can have an around number of percentage and predictions. And you can also use prior knowledge. So even though you don't have enough data for this specific thing they analyze, you have priors. If you have priors data on the same, like flowers, if they always smaller, so then you can use this prior knowledge to predict this upcoming data as well to have better probabilities. And then Linda just gonna cover the limitations.
For the limitations, the first one is the high computational costs and the fact that it is kind of slower for lower databases. Also, the result can depend on the choices of prior, and the Bayesian machine learning is more complex to implement and understand.
Outstanding. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay. I don't think it's anybody here from team number 3. I don't see it. Anyone from team 3? Okay. Okay, hey team, so that's gonna take us to the end of the live session. Okay. Couple things before we head out. Okay. Our next lecture is going to be. Let me pull it real quick. So our next lecture is going to be on the 21st of February, okay, 21 February, okay. I know today was a little bit chaotic with the weather and the platform, things like that, okay. So this is being recorded. So if you miss the live session for whatever is the case, okay, please complete your VCS, okay? Complete your VCS, okay? To make sure that you get credit, right, for not for attendance, right, but for the participation on the live lecture, okay? Circling back into the week two paper, okay? Again, team, if you have issues with your paper, okay, let me know. Come up on the net. Let's have that conversation, okay? I told you, I mentioned it to you at the beginning of the live lecture. That's not the end, okay? I want to better understand what happened, okay? So let's have, if you want to remain online, we can remain online. We can have that quick conversation. It took me a little bit longer to come back to the team to the main classroom because I was having a conversation with I think it was team number one. That's Kylan, right? You guys were on team number one, right? Okay. But again, if you want to have a quick discussion on that, by all means. But other than that, team, see you on February 21st. Okay, that's going to be on week number 7. Okay. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of the day. Okay. Supreet, quick question. Did you just jump in?
Professor, hello, very nice to meet you. I was thinking it's 9 a.m. PST until now. That's why I just woke up and I joined now. I'm in the Pacific time zone. I didn't realize that the class starts at 6 a.m. for me. So I didn't notice that. It's my mistake.
Okay. No issue. Do me a favor. Stay for a little bit so we can have a quick discussion. Okay. 18. But again, that's all we have for today. You guys take care. See you guys on week number 7. If you want a reconsideration on paper 2, please send it to my email. Okay. Send the paper to my email, to the Westcliff email, right? So I can take a look and we can have a discussion. Okay. Again, team. I know you guys are working hard. I know you guys are walking this journey for a while. Let's learn from this and then let's continue to move forward. Okay. But I'm truly, truly honored. I'm super happy to have you guys in today's lecture. Outstanding lecture for today. Remember, today we cover a little bit of the data analytics, business science, how analytics, science, machine learning affect the supply chain. And then we also talk about different platform and systems that we can use to be able to project. That's the key. Be able to project and be in front of the problem instead of being reacting to the problem. Okay. Don't forget about the discussion board. You guys are doing excellent. Just a quick reminder, your primary post is due on Thursday and 2 additional collaborating posts before Sunday. Okay. If you're going to base your suspense on whatever requirement, come up on the net and let me know. Okay. There's a difference between being excused and being late. Okay. But other than that, team, you guys have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Stay safe, stay warm. See you guys on week 7. Okay. You guys take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys take care.
Professor, for the students who attended the class, do we have to submit anything for the VCS?
No, because you participated. That's the reason why we did the discussion. So that is the requirement. Okay. The proof is the recording that you were here. You were doing that outstanding participation. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank
No
you,
problem. No problem.
And Professor, do you have a couple of minutes so I can actually, at the end of the call, so I can show you my paper?
Yes. Yeah. So give me a quick second. What I'm
Sure.
going to do, let me put you in a breakout room. Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
Let me talk real quick with Supreet, and then I jump into your
Sounds
breakout. Okay.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, Supreme, I'm going to put you in a breakout room, okay? Real quick, okay?
Please, yeah. Thank you, Professor.
No problem. But okay. The room is open, okay?
Yeah, I'll be there.
I see you over there.
I can't hear you, Professor. Sorry, I can't hear you, Professor. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Outstanding. Okay, so a couple of things that I want to go over. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to have a quick discussion about supply management, and how machine learning is impacting logistics. Okay, so what I want to do first, to serve as an appetizer, right, as a break, icebreaker communication discussion, is um, let's take about 2 minutes. Okay, I want you to think about the following. Okay, can you tell me? Okay, can you tell me? This is based on your experience. You can do a little bit of research, but let's take, for example, the let's take, for example, the business of service. Okay, you know that the business divide basically into three. You have business, retailing, and merchandising, right? Or wholesale, right? So
Sorry?
in business, you have three ways to do trading, right? You have service, you have retail, and then you have wholesale, right? So what I want you to think, okay, I want you to think about how machine learning, okay, how machine learning impact the service industry, right, in logistics, okay? In logistics. I want to give you about 2 minutes for you to think about, and then let me know, okay?
Got it, Professor. Is it okay if I do some searching online?
Yes, yeah. You can do a little bit of searching. You can, so there is no requirement for you to come up with a PowerPoint presentation. All this is going to be discussion, okay?
Got it. So what is the impact of machine learning in the service industry for logistics? That's the question,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Thank you. I'm ready, Professor.
What you got?
Yes, Professor. So I got some points from the internet, but I can definitely add to those points with my own examples.
Yeah, go ahead.
Combination of me and the internet. It's not just I'm not just reading out of the internet. So one thing is, of course, it says improved demand forecasting. So you can actually imagine you have a hotel or you have a restaurant business. You're a small business and you want to know what is the turnout, like how many customers are expected on a Sunday versus on a Wednesday, right? So the demand forecasting, it's highly data driven. You pretty much know what kind of customers and what kind of items get sold, and what items are in demand, and how many people turn up, and what are the busy times. So this way, if imagine you're a small business serving food uh, in a live basis, then demand forecasting is of extremely high importance. Otherwise, you may end up with excess inventory, or you may end up not being able to serve enough customers because you just got sold out. So demand forecasting is definitely data driven, and that's where ML comes into play. The second thing is improved route optimization, of course. Like of course, there's one more thing that I can draw out of my own example for inventory management, right? So I was pretty much a founding engineer for an inventory management robotics startup, and we ended up deploying about 500 plus robots across 500 stores of Walmart, one robot per store. And the whole purpose of that robot was to do inventory management in retail stores, so that the service sector can have better demand forecasting and better fulfillment of inventory. So we have heavily leveraged computer vision with multiple cameras, and the robot would go up and down the aisles of Walmart, and the robots would capture thousands of images, and then we would churn through the images, do ML, and figure out what object is present, if your favorite Cheerios or if your cornflakes is missing, then the ML would actually report that to Walmart. So this basically comes into the realms of warehouse efficiency and improved demand forecasting. The second thing I can think of is better route optimization, as internet is suggesting. So where you can actually use real-time traffic, you can estimate your fuel costs and better calculate your delivery windows. That's the thing. So this way your delivery time is optimized, your fuel consumption is optimized. And this actually is being used by companies like DHL and UPS. I also know that DHL actively engages with robotics companies for warehouse management, where the fleet and everything, none of that is handled by people anymore. It's all robotics, and it's all robots. What else can I tell? The other one is that's huge in the service industry is more enhanced customer service. This is again something to give a context. The value of agentic AI and the value of chatbots in the service industry is very, very huge. Imagine you waited for 30 minutes for a customer service to pick up the call. That's pretty much the wait time. We all wait for like 20-30 minutes, and then someone picks up, and then they get half of the context, but you end up giving the full story, right? So recently, for example, I was we no, unfortunately we survived an accident. Fortunately, we survived an accident, but the accident was unfortunate. It was a drunken driving case, and someone came and rammed into us. and that guy just lost control because he was drunk. The time it took for me to explain this to my insurance company, the whole story, I had to again recount the whole story after waiting for 30 minutes on the phone. And that guy got only part of it, and he realized that someone else takes care of this issue, and he routed me to someone else. And then I had to tell the whole story again to that guy as well. So this is where the service industry is today. But imagine you have an intelligent chat agent that would just get your whole context in one go, and it would remember in 20 days later or 15 days later if you go and open it, because chat agents are highly personalized going forward. That chat agent will still have the full context. You don't need to tell your traumatic story again and again anymore. So this is not just with insurance, but with anything, right? Any customer service, it's like one agent. Or even your phones, right? If you go to T-Mobile or AT&T, every time you want to change your phone, each person tells you a different plan, different benefits. And the next time you go there, that guy is like, no, that doesn't exist. Even like one day later, if you go and talk to T-Mobile, this actually happened to us. We had to explain to him what the previous agent had told, saying that this is exactly the plan we are looking for. And we had to convince him that that plan exists in his own store. So this is the problem with not having agents. I mean, this is the benefit of having agents, in the service industry.
Outstanding. Very, 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 very good. Very, very good. What I want to do is I want to share with you is a video. Okay, so the video is from it's a TED Talk video that talks about the evolution of artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is being shaping, right? Through integrating with machine learning, right? To reshape the way logistics and supply chain globally works. Okay, so I want us to watch this video. The video is about 10 minutes long, and then we're gonna go into discussion. Okay, so as I'm playing the video, I'm gonna kindly ask you to turn your cameras off to allow for a better bandwidth and quality of the video, and then we're gonna go into discussion. Okay, so stand by.
Thank you, Professor. I'll switch off the cameras.
I will start with a simple question to you. Who among you, when you were a child, wanted to be an astronaut? 1, 2, 3, some? Okay. Who wanted to be a medical doctor? Myself included. Wow. Huge majority. Who wanted to be an artist? Create his own band? Okay. Some wanted to be doctor, artist, both. Okay. And now, who wanted to be a supply chain manager? One. Okay, good. Usually it's no one. Why? Because this job, as many other, are not in the front row, clearly. And my job today is to make this job exciting and to show you what supply chain is about. I will first begin with this picture over there, because supply chain is completely hidden. You are aware of supply chain and you see supply chain when this is going wrong, something is going wrong, when this is disrupted. This example over there is when a cargo ship, 20,000 containers, so quite big ship, was completely blocked in the Suez Canal in March 2021. This container ship was blocked for 6 days only, let's say. 6 days leading to 400 ships to be blocked at the other end of the Canal de Suez, and about $12 million in costs per day because of these ships that were blocked. What is the result of that? Money, for sure, but for us, customers, we don't have our product anymore. So when you are going to IKEA and that you don't have what you're looking for, this is not good weekend, but that's it. That's okay. When you're a doctor, when you are someone that needs to have drugs, that need to have very important stuff for the life being, to preserve the life of someone, this is another story. Supply chain, for instance, is crucial in conflicts in more places. So why I'm here today is to try to show you something, to show that supply chain and transport is clearly the hidden engine behind our global economy. An engine that is living a quite silent but very strong revolution on many ways. And I will start with one that is directly targeting us. I will speak about myself. Maybe some of you will think the same. Should I have something on the screen? We will do without. Have you ever been to a shop where you want to buy a t-shirt or, I don't know, sneakers? Myself, now, I don't know if because I'm getting older or something, but I want to know the price of the product, but I want to know also where does it come from. The traceability, the CO2 emissions or other information that will drive my choice. Okay? And this is more and more the case. This is one part of the revolution. There are many others regarding supply chain. There are economical things to take into account, environmental impact for sure. Supply chain and transportation represent a huge part, about 20% of the global emissions, CO2 emissions on a worldwide basis. So clearly this is one part that needs to change. We have also geopolitics. We have seen that with COVID. With the fact of having drugs and other products that were being far abroad, that were being made far abroad of our country. And today I will focus on one part of all these small changes that make a big revolution for the supply chain. The fact that supply chain is one of the most tech-incentive industry in the world. And I will try to show you that. And I will try to show you how all the changes in technology that we are seeing right now will impact this industry and will impact the global economy. Let's take a journey. A journey in which I need to buy a new laptop for my work. This laptop over there, 90% in the case has been built in Asia, let's say close to Shanghai. So we have the facility here that is building the laptop. This facility will then put the product in the truck will go in an airplane, airplane will have the customs, the taxes, all these parts that need to be connected together. So to put it in a simple way, for the laptop to go from Shanghai to Palaiseau, to Polytechnic over there, we need to have dozens of subcontractors, dozens of entities that are connected one each other, exchanges information, and the dream will be to have all this information in a digital way. This is not the case, for sure. You have documents, you have fax, you have emails, you have calls, phone calls, many things that are still very important for the global chain and for the goods to arrive at the right destination with all the important documents. So what I'm trying to show you is that this industry that is completely hidden, if something is not going wrong, we don't hear about supply chain. We just receive a text saying, okay, you will receive your laptop in tomorrow or the next day. But all this complexity over there is managed by something that we'll call a control tower that need to be connected with all the parts that are over there. And this is where it started to be quite interesting from an intellectual point of view, from a technological point of view, and from people who like math. I think some of you here. You have a case where you need to take complex decisions. You have an optimization problem with a lot of constraints, with real-time data, multi-languages, because from Shanghai to Paris, you can go through different countries, different currencies, different documents, many things. And for sure, the different documents. That's for the one of you that start to work on AI or these new technologies. Here we have something where we can implement a lot of these new technologies. Okay? Let's start with the LLMs, the new ChatGPT, famous one that we are hearing everywhere. You have maybe seen yesterday a new announcement from OpenAI, the fact that we can take video, sounds, document, PDF document, written document, and everything depending on the language, you can have the final data. You can put this information in the algorithm and then it will tell you, okay, these shipments need to go from this point to this point at this price with this estimated time arrival, the ETA. You put on that forecasting, quite important also to try to see and to try to anticipate when the goods will come. And you add more and more new technology. I put also autonomous transportation. This is something that is undergoing, let's say, even if people want to go further on that. Today we don't have still drones that are going everywhere and delivering stuff, but maybe in some years. You clearly see here that you have the field to, if you're connected, yes, to the right APIs, the right softwares, the right platforms, you have a field of opportunity that is huge. I will have a look and try to say, to take this example over there of this control tower. I will be the supply chain manager, and I will ask my control tower, my AI control tower, to deliver my laptop or a pallet of laptops with these constraints: 7 days delivery with the lowest possible CO2 emissions costs, and with a control cost in terms of dollars. I put that to the AI, and then this is where it's starting. The AI and the control tower can do many things. First, what he will do, he will ask the facility if the shipment is ready or not. If the pallet is ready, when exactly will it need to be shipped. Then he will request a platform, a marketplace, transport marketplace. Okay, I need to have a ship. I need to have a plane. I need to have a truck. And he will organize everything. So here he will organize, for instance, the pre-carriage capacity. He will book a truck to go to the facility and then go to the airport. What he will do is he will request airlines companies, Lufthansa, Air France, others, and he will ask, okay, what are your offers in terms of shipments capacities and cargo? And he will select the new A350neo that is producing much less CO2 emissions because of the new engine at a cost that is constrained, let's say. And then because the AI is connected to all these providers, he will be able to say, okay, I know that the shipment will arrive in Charles de Gaulle in exactly 42 hours. So I'm able, right now, to book a truck at the destination to go from Charles de Gaulle to Vissou, just close to here, where the warehouse is. And because I know that I will have the truck at this specific time, I will be able also to book a slot at the warehouse. And something that we didn't see here, that I didn't talk about, is what is a B100 truck? Is a truck that is not in diesel, but in biodiesel, let's say, where it produces also a lot less of CO2 emissions. And at the end, if really we are in a magic world where everything is connected and autonomous drones are existing, the AI will be able to book also the slots directly for the last mile delivery, and I will be the happy customer to receive my shipments, my laptop directly to my house, for instance. So this, for sure, is science fiction for now. But, I mean, we are not very far from it. If you imagine a world where everything is interconnected, where API, where software, SaaS platforms are working together, which is the case today. If you imagine a common shared language that we start to have between airlines, between different kind of providers and freight forwarders, you start to have the ability to put the bricks together and to have a supply chain that is smart, that is working together fluently. So this is what I wanted to show you today. To show you that something that is completely hidden today, that is the core of the economy, the global economy, is completely changing. And all the changes that we see from ecological, from geopolitical, can be driven also with the main change that I see from my point of view, the technological part, where all the AI part, the forecasting, all the tools that we are developing can be put in the common goods and for the good of the society in reducing the CO2 emissions while optimizing this whole supply chain that we're using on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Okay, Supreet,
Yes, Professor.
let's take a couple of minutes, right, to digest that information, okay? And then what I want you to do, okay? What I want you to do is I want you to answer the following question, okay? Let me pull the question real quick. I'm gonna put it on the chat, okay? I'm gonna put it on the chat, okay? Do you have it there?
One of the strengths of Bayesian machine learning is its interpretability through posterior distributions, right?
Okay.
How can this feature aid in decision-making processes? Yes, sir. Yeah, especially in high.
So what I want to do is let's take about a quick 10 minutes, okay? I want you to use the TED Talk that we learned, right, in terms of efficiency, right? Remember, it's all about efficiency. It's all about projecting, okay? It's all about getting in front of the problem, okay? Then I want you to answer that question for me, okay?
So you want an answer for this question in the perspective of that TED Talk.
Yes. Yep. So you can start there. Use the TED Talk as an amplifying material, okay?
Okay. It's okay if I can independently answer this question also,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking for your thoughts. I'm looking
Okay.
for your thoughts, okay?
Okay.
So
it need not be the content from only the TED Talk. Is what I mean.
correct.
Got it.
I have 9:55, okay? So let's discuss let's take about 15 minutes for you to do a little bit of research and just craft your answer, okay?
So 15 as in 1-5, is it?
Yes, yeah. So let's meet by 10. Let's meet by 10:10, okay?
Okay, Professor. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, Professor.
Great. You're complete.
Hi, Professor. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Alrighty. So, so first of all, Bayesian ML, right? Bayesian learning, right? That gives us the posterior distribution. And what this posterior distribution is it's like it represents the revised belief or knowledge about a parameter, combining initial knowledge, which is the prior, with empirical data, which is the likelihood, using Bayes theorem. That's what is the posterior distribution. So it accounts for uh, prior observed data, prior knowledge, and likelihood of events occurring, and it gives a complete picture of a quantified picture of confidence and risk through the posterior distributions. So this is actually very important and very helpful in high stakes decision making, because more often than not, there is a lot of uncertainty in general. And in high stakes situations, uncertainty is all the more costly, because you can't take one single guess. So you can't be like, this is what I'm going to do because I think this is going to work. You can't do that way. So at the same time, the data is not certain enough, saying, uh, these are the exact reasons why you should take this decision. So on one hand, you don't have that data that is clearly pinpointing one decision. At the same time, you can't take a decision out of pure emotion or belief. So you still need to rely on data driven approaches, and that's where the Bayesian machine learning framework comes in, where it will help in getting a better interpretation of the situation by giving a quantified confidence and risk. And that's what actually the posterior distribution gives to us. And how this helps is, like, for example, in medical diagnosis, it's a high stakes game. You don't clearly know what's going on inside the patient's body, but there is a chance of this happening, or there's a chance of the operation becoming a success, or there is a chance of the person having a certain disease. That chance is brought out in the Bayesian learning. So basically it says, how certain is this diagnosis, or what is the probability of extreme loss? Because extreme loss is like literally death of the patient, which is very expensive. So in such cases, getting a quantified risk profile and the confidence in the diagnosis will be really helpful. Because if and this also kind of lines up with the TED talk, because the TED Talks argument that AI should help systems anticipate risks and not just optimize for average outcomes, right? So AI should actually help in assessing the risks. So that way you can pull in maybe more experts, or you can wait for a little more data, or you can gather more data, or you can step up the game and go ask someone more experienced. And that way they can influence the posterior in a better way. They can give you better data, and that will improve the posterior to reduce the risk. So yeah, so decision under uncertainty is where this will help. The second thing is risk-aware trade-offs instead of pure optimization, where the posterior distribution is telling you the expected utility and risk-sensitive decisions, what they are. Again, for example, in healthcare, you can choose a safer treatment when the posterior uncertainty is high. So when the posterior uncertainty is high, then you know that you can make a trade-off. You can go for a safer treatment, which may take longer for the patient to recover, but it's in high likelihood it will prevent the guy from dying. Whereas there may be another treatment which is quicker. There is a chance of complete recovery in a very small amount of time, but there is also a chance of completely losing the patient. So when the uncertainty is high, you can actually go with safer alternatives. Same with finance also, right? So you know that some factors are influencing the stock value. It could be tariffs, it could be geopolitical issues, it could be some tsunami somewhere, or an earthquake in another part of the country where your supply chain is going to get impacted. That's when you will get an updated risk analysis through Bayesian inference saying, oh, there is a very good chance that the stock value is going to get impacted because of so many factors. There's no certainty, but there is some amount of certainty that the stock value is going to get impacted. There, if you have a very high stakes investment, you can diversify your investment. You can pull out the exposure. You can reduce the exposure to that high risk stock. So this is again where just like supply chain, AI is not optimizing only for the lowest cost or the highest profit, but also for resilience and reduced downside risk. The third one is again, this actually builds some credibility in critical analysis, because there is a if an expert comes and tells you that you should invest in this stock, period, then there's not a lot of credibility because nobody really knows how a stock is going to go, or even other things, right? Many of the uncertain situations, if someone is telling you, or if you yourself are convincing yourself that this is what we should do, there is no credibility to that. It's purely emotion driven, or it's highly prior driven, where everything is dependent on the past. It's like a frequentist way of thinking, like, oh, in the past this has happened, this had happened, just go with this and you will be fine. But now with Bayesian inference, you get a more what do you say, a more critical outlook, saying, okay, given the current situation, given the past, how things worked in the past, and given the new current observations or new happenings, there is a 70% chance of outcome A, 25% chance of outcome B, and 3% of chance of outcome C, and 2% chance of outcome D. That way, you know that if your outcome B, which is 25%, right? If outcome B is a big no-no, then you would rather not do it, because even though the chance of outcome A is 70%, the outcome B has a chance of 25%, which is still very huge. So that way you will stay away from that decision, like for example, to minimize risk. So the interpretability improves, this interpretability improves trust, accountability, and governance. Because later on, if, for example, a patient's family chooses to go ahead with the operation, and the doctor had already warned that there is a 5% risk of failure, and the patient had signed an agreement or a disclosure saying, okay, I am aware of this, I still want to go with this, then it's not the hospital or the doctor is not really to be blamed. So they have given their critical analysis, they have given the the chances of what happens and what of that. So it builds credibility in decision making. Even in the field of robotics, right, we actually employ Bayesian inference to a great extent to figure out where the robot should go, or where the robot is currently located. So you take the current location of the robot, you take the sensor readings from all your sensors, and together you come out with a posterior distribution of what is the likelihood of the robot being where it is. That's how your Roomba operates. That's how your robot vacuum cleaners operate. Because how does the robot vacuum cleaner know exactly where it is? It is through Bayesian inference. It's gathering, it knows in a prior fashion that it had seen some locations. It knows where its current location is from the current sensors readings, and that's how you get the posterior. And finally, another point is better escalation and human in the loop decision making. Exactly, again, when your probability is lower, probability of success is lower, or when the uncertainty is very high in the posterior, this can actually prompt you to go get that human review, or this can prompt you to go get a better expert. Like for example, because the another interesting thing about posterior distributions is it's highly dependent on what data you feed. So imagine a set of junior doctors feed in some information, they get a posterior, and that posterior says high risk or high uncertainty. Then that's the time to actually go and loop in a better expert, more experienced doctors. And once they come in, they can actually give more insights, or they can add more empirical information or newer observations, right? So waiting a little longer can give you more observations, or going and getting better sources can give you better observations. There are two ways. One is you just wait out and then you get more information that improves your posterior, or else you go and catch better experts who give you more information, and that improves the posterior. And suddenly everything is happy. Like now, because of the expert who gave in more information, your posterior is showing more certainty. That way you can actually go ahead with the operation or go ahead with the diagnosis. So yeah, posterior distributions are only as good as your prior and only as good as the current observations. Unless you get a better prior or you get better observations, your posterior doesn't improve. That's where the human in the loop, or getting better experts or waiting a little longer can help. And then the final point is robustness to rare catastrophic events. This is clearly high stakes, like an earthquake occurring, a tsunami occurring, or some major catastrophe occurring in some part of the world, right? Somewhere some water body level rose, and that may actually end up in a tsunami elsewhere in the world. But this is a high stakes game, and these are low frequency and high impact situations. Not every day earthquake happens, not every day tsunami happens. Very low frequency. But whenever it happens, it's very high impact. And that's where the Bayesian inference really helps, because there was a seismic event activity recorded, and a sequence of seismic activities were recorded on your seismograph. Now that that increases the chance of an earthquake in the next 48 hours to about 60%. This is what your Bayesian inference will tell. And when that happens, you still have 48 hours ahead of you. You can plan evacuations, you can plan disaster management strategies, and you can save thousands of lives. So these are all the places where Bayesian inference helps in high stakes games. Back to you, Professor.
Very, very good. Supreet, outstanding explanation. I'm going to tell you that was very, very detailed. Thank you. That was very, very good.
Thank you, Professor.
At the end of the day, what technology allow us, okay? Matter of fact, technology is not a strategy. Okay? Technology is a tool to enable us, right? To be able to forecast, project, get in front of the problem, so we can come up with solutions in order of being reactive. Okay, remember, supply in the 1990s, in the early 2000s, it was reactive, right? You need something, I give it to you, right? Now, just like you mentioned with Amazon, you can order stuff and have it from the time that you order it to the time that it's in your hand in about 2 to 3 hours, right? So that is efficiency, right? That is using technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning to be able to learn patterns, to be able to forecast, even with the weather the way it is right now, right? Be able to look for alternate routes. How can we continue, right, to deliver? Okay, outstanding job. Hey, Supreet, so that's all I have for today. I'm going to mark you as present. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you on the 21st. Remember, we are on Easter time, okay?
Okay, Professor. And firstly, I'm really sorry I had to keep you for longer time, and it's so kind of you to have obliged to stay for longer just for my sake. This means a lot.
You're good, no problem, okay? Take care. Many blessings to you, okay? Be safe, stay warm, okay?
Thank you, Professor. I have one question, Professor.
Go ahead.
Professor, for some reason, my week 1 assignment, it's not graded. It says that I have not submitted, but I actually gave the timely submissions. I gave the timely.
Let me take a look at it right now, okay?
Yes, Professor. DQ responses, everything I gave it in time, but for some reason, I sent you an email about it.
I know. I remember that email.
Okay. So I can tell you the time I posted. So I posted my main response at 11:48 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay.
And I posted my DQ responses on Sunday.
No, I saw it. You're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, anything else I can do for you?
Nothing much, Professor. If you can please change, update the grade for that week 1.
It's done. It's complete.
Thank you, Professor.
Take care, okay? See you on the 21st. Bye.
Good.